Good afternoon, all. So welcome to TEDx Keele University. It's really exciting to have you guys here. Lots of stuff, lots to look forward to. This is sort of the first of its kind. We've had TEDx at Keele probably in 2016, but it was nothing like it is now. And we're hoping that this will become an annual event where we can explore lots of different topics and basically show you guys off all of Keele's great ideas. And I'm going to first start talking a little bit about TED's motive. So TED's got a pretty simple mission that they want to achieve, and that is to spread ideas. Now, I'm going to ask the question of what is an idea? And I know this is a really philosophical question, and I hate when lecturers make that kind of question when I'm in your position. But I think it's really quite an important question. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jack. I'm a medical student, by the way, and I'm going to be your host for today. But yeah, TED, it's about spreading ideas, and the purest definition of what an idea is it's a thought which brings about an action. And again, that seems like a pretty bland definition. But if we go into that, every thinking animal has ideas. They have ideas to hunt, ideas to procreate, ideas to survive. And so what is it that makes human ideas so much more special? What makes human ideas so much more powerful to the extent where they have the power to change the world? And the answer to that is something called abstract reasoning. Now, abstract reasoning is the ability to use logic to understand the world which we live in without necessarily needing visual proof. It's our ability that we all here know that atoms exist in this universe without ever visually seeing them. And it's this ability of the human brain which is what's made us so much more powerful in our ideas, to the point where we can make or break the world. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about my favorite ever TED Talk, and it's biased with my medical background, but in 2014, Bill Gates, the co-founder of Microsoft, he created a TED Talk which was titled, "The Next Outbreak, Are We Ready?" And his talk was, this is in 2014 by the way, his talk is exploring about how epidemics, the world is just not ready to deal with them. Governments aren't ready to deal with epidemics or illness outbreaks. And he described how the world is so interconnected nowadays with all these different forms of transport, and we're all so integrated with each other globally that the next illness outbreak is going to be very deadly and will very rapidly turn into a pandemic. And I see smirks because I don't need to explain what happened to us all, but it was actually this day, exactly 5 years ago, that the entire nation was put in lockdown and legally enforced in that lockdown. And I think this is just a really great example of how ideas really do have the power to change the course of history and to change the world. Now, TEDx Keele University is an opportunity for our institute to show off our ideas, which are very powerful. And we've gone with the theme of sustainability. It's difficult to emphasize just how important the topic of sustainability is. In 2015, the United Nations created 17 sustainability development goals, and they really emphasized how every single aspect of our lives are impacted by the deteriorating health of our planet. And so at Keele, we've been very fortunate because we are one of the global leaders in sustainability research and education. And so today we have 6 amazing, well-respected speakers from across the entire university, from all different schools and faculty, who they all share the same passion for sustainability, but they all have completely different backgrounds. And that really goes to show how integrated we all are and how diverse the topic is, and how all of us, no matter what our background, can make a personal contribution towards the greater global problem. And with that, we have for opening remarks Professor Mark Umrod. So Professor Umrod he's the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Keele University and Provost to Keele University. And he has worked very intimately with Keele for the last 20 years in basically seeing the impressive journey of Keele University and its integration with sustainability. And beyond that, he's worked for 40 years in various leadership roles for sustainability, to the point where he was actually awarded an OBE for it just yesterday at Windsor Castle. So yeah, and I guess with that, we'll invite Professor Mark Unrad onto the stage.
Okay, thanks very much, Jack, and I wasn't quite expecting that little bit at the end. I will stop agreeing to speak at such things. Firstly, firstly, it is a really great pleasure to be here today, and I would really emphasise that I'm giving these opening remarks, but this has been very much a student-led activity, and it's been absolutely fantastically led by Jack and the organising team, and really should recognise that. We have given a little bit of help along the way, Chris, Laura, myself, but really it's been very much a student-led, and I think sustainability is something that should be, well, we can't absolve ourselves of responsibility. Students do, because of the volume of students, can really have a tremendous impact. It is also fitting, I think, that Jack is a medical student, as he said, because our medical school at Keele has led the way genuinely in terms of planetary health, and Jack made a bit of reference to it there. But Keele University, and again it's been student-led largely, has been #1 in the UK for the last 4 years in the planetary health global rankings for the embedding of sustainability, climate change, global health into the medical curriculum. In the last 2 years, it's been #1 in the world, joint #1 in the world, but universities like Harvard don't really count, so we're generally sort of top in the world. But it is, that again, has been student-led, and it is fantastic. We do have genuinely world-leading research and education in the areas of planetary health, global health. We have a Research Institute for Global Health. We have major projects on things like leishmania and mental health in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, in Ethiopia, in South America. That we are fantastic, big, multi kind of country projects that Keele leads, and I'm really, really proud of that, and it is fantastic research. But that is also then embedded into the curriculum that all our medicine students at Keele do. Jack told me I had to stay in this red circle, and anyone who can remember me lecturing, and I still do a bit now, will know that's really, really difficult thing for me to do, but I am going to try. As Jack kind of rather naughtily mentioned, I was at Windsor Castle yesterday for a chat with the King, and it was actually a chat around sustainability, and I first met Prince Charles 40 years ago, and we had a chat about sustainability, and we've both aged really well in that time, I think it's fair to say. But he is someone who has had a lifelong passion towards the environment, sustainability, and not everything he's done has been joined up. But he's still, to think that we actually do have a king of this country, a monarch who has had such a commitment over so many years to sustainability is fantastic. And that is the last time I'm going to mention that. But it won't be every day that I give a talk to say that I was talking with the King yesterday around sustainability. And in the end, I had to get pushed along because our chat was far longer than the allocated time, because he was genuinely interested in, I can't do a King Charles accent, but was it still a challenge? And I think the answer is it is still quite a challenge. And I'll talk just a little bit at the end about reasons to be positive and reasons to have a few concerns, really. But as Jack said, we've been working on sustainability at an institutional level for Keele for probably realistically 25 years, and originally that was really, really hard going. I had my own research that was in clean chemical processes, solid oxide fuel cells, biogas conversion, but getting traction at an institutional level was really, really difficult, and the then Vice-Chancellor was quite sceptical about, not in a sort of Donald Trump sort of scepticism, but sceptical about our ability to be able to do it in a credible way. And I am probably slightly less naive and a little bit older than I was 25 years ago. But I understand what she meant, and I think we do have a significant credibility at Keele, and that can be seen around the university. But we don't have engineering. 10 years' time, I won't be at Keele, but we will have engineering at Keele. We almost certainly will have engineering. We will hopefully have it a lot quicker than that. And that will really unlock a lot of things. We've gradually moved more and more into it in terms of green technology, sustainable technology, renewable energy, but going in a bigger way around that. So it was hard going, but finally we did start to get some progress. And in 2008, we got to the stage that we were able to take a paper to the University Council about Keele adopting a deep green agenda, and that dates it because it's a long time since sustainability was talked about in terms of light green, middle green and dark green as different levels of sustainability. And it went to University Council. That was something that we always felt that Keele could have a distinctive place in a very crowded sector, and Keele is not a Russell Group. It's also not a big teaching intensive university, to give us some visibility both nationally and internationally. And it was a big moment actually, although I sort of realise more now than then that the council backed us to do that. They then said you've just got to bring in all the funding to do it, and that was quite a long journey. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the Smart Energy Network demonstrator that some of you will know at Keele. But I've still got on my computer version 67 of that grant application, because it had 67 goes at being knocked back by government. And it was quite hard. It was, again, my first real experience at dealing with policy as well as government departments. And even at the time that we did it over a 3-year period, we were interacting with the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Climate Change. By the time we made the final submission, the Department of Energy and Climate Change didn't exist. It had become part of BEIS, as was, and now it's part of DESNET. So things changed, but it was a big journey, and the idea of that was one that we still hold close to us now, that we can use the campus as a genuine demonstrator for smart, low-carbon, energy-efficient technologies. And we can do that because, one, it's a campus, as I think everyone knows, and two, we have a private energy supply, and then three, we have 350 buildings, mixed use, so academic buildings, commercial buildings, student residences. So it's a perfect model to scale up the ability to decarbonise the society. And we did a lot of work over many years, and ultimately in 2021 we did become Global Sustainability Institution of the Year, and very, very few universities, because we were the first or maybe second year of those awards. There's only about 5 or 6 universities that have got that. And that's a tremendous accolade for a small university in North Staffordshire to be Global Sustainability Institution of the Year. And that was based on us trying to embed sustainability in all parts of Keele's activity. So in education, we've got Zoe Robinson here, who led an awful lot of that embedding of sustainability, not in our really excellent environment science, environment sustainability programs, our elective modules, which are all kind of excellent, but actually into curricula like nursing, like history, like medicine, so that all students get exposed to it in a kind of embedded, subject-specific way. And that's, again, to make real progress on sustainability, it has to be embedded. So fantastic work that Zoe led. We also really tried to up research in that area. We also did a huge amount of work on our external engagement and partnerships, including with the likes of Siemens, the likes of Equans, and National Grid. So big organisations that we're interacting with, and we're taking that a stage further now, but also with a lot of SMEs. I can see people like Adam here, a lot of SMEs in Stoke and Staffordshire. Also about the campus and community, and that's probably where we had the biggest impact, to try and have a holistic approach to sustainability across the whole campus. And Again, not easy. There's other kind of challenges around that, but really kind of exciting journey. And so I'll just say a little bit about our renewable energy generation on campus. That was a challenge. There are 2 wind turbines there. They were the only 2 onshore wind turbines in England in 2021, and that involves a huge amount of work with local planning or local councils and things. And even then, we kind of had objections from, for example, Historic England. Can you make them a lot lower? You can, but obviously you then generate less wind about that. Even then, when we built them, people said, well, they're quite tall. Could you take them down, please? And thought, well, probably not at this stage. But for those to be the only 2 wind turbines to make it through a planning process to be built in 2021, quite remarkable achievement, really. And I think that says a lot for the persistence of all of us. We had a project executive group at the time, and it really just kind of looked highly unlikely at some stage. We then ran into problems that people in the room will be aware of grid connection, that for us it would not make any sense, and the people we were hoping would subsequently build the renewables if we couldn't connect to the grid, because in the summer it's sunny and we don't have as many students here. We need to be able to export that. And that was fraught with tremendous difficulties, that grid connectivity. And it's the single biggest barrier probably in the UK at the moment to further decarbonisation is that grid connectivity. And so us having kind of experienced that, I know Raphael would like it to be a lot bigger than that, but we got there and we had to go through so much work around health and safety aspects of it to do that. And so we've got our 12,500 solar panels, our 2 wind turbines. We've then got some storage capability with the ability to store that, and so that we generate more electricity during the day than we need, and then the sun isn't out at night and we don't generate much, so we need that storage capability. But the bit that was really exciting was to be able to integrate that directly with the smart energy network demonstrator, so that we use it in a much more efficient way and we can use it in a smart way. And this is where you sort of quite rapidly get outside of my knowledge of understanding. But in terms of the ability to use very high capability, digital capability, to use it in the most efficiently way possible, be able to switch off buildings, switch on buildings, know when people are coming into work, so that if they're not coming into work, you don't heat up the office, and you just can do that all by computerized technology. So really exciting. Along the way, we did a project called High Deploy, which was the UK trial for blending hydrogen with natural gas to reduce the amount of carbon in natural gas, and we used the campus as a living laboratory for that. So a mixture of academic buildings, residential buildings, blending in that hydrogen to reduce the overall carbon footprint associated with heating and also to an extent cooking. And the next project is one that really has been a quite to the wire project, but we managed on the back of that to get £5 million of funding from Research England for a project called HYDEX, which is about hydrogen development and exchange, to try to create a hydrogen economy in the Midlands, where there is a lot of manufacturing industry, a lot of capability in that, and it really can become not just a national leader, but potentially a world leader in hydrogen technology. And it has been quite a difficult project for various reasons. Partly reflects the difficulty of trying to commercialise in this area, and that the people we were working with ran into huge commercial difficulties. We have got there, I think, in the end, and we have an electrolyser on campus, and that will be producing green hydrogen, which, for those that don't know, that means that the electrolysis process of the water to generate the hydrogen uses renewable energy. So it will use our solar and wind power that's generated on campus to do the electrolysis of water to create the hydrogen, and that hydrogen can then be used in potentially in gas blending, as we talked about, most likely in transportation, where it is an energy vector, but also as a storage capability that you can store the energy that you've renewably generated as hydrogen. So it's a really fantastic project, and we're just getting to the stage of really being able to show some deliverables around that and to publish that's taken place. Big demonstration project at Keele. So quite a journey all the way from Smart Energy Network demonstrator to the renewable park through high deploy to hydrogen. So I think the last thing I'll say is just around kind of the reasons to be positive and the reasons to be negative, really. By definition, I am a positive person. And there are, I think, huge, compared with 10 years ago, huge reasons to be really positive. The level of awareness and understanding of average person in society is so much higher than it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, where I think I'm a reasonably balanced person, but I used to get called all sorts of names with expletives in front about my commitment to climate change because it was not considered a thing, and we had more important things to think about. But so there is a much higher level of awareness and understanding. If you look at the plots of the level of and I do like data, but if you look at the plots of the level of growth of renewable energy generation in the world, it's massive. It's a huge exponential growth year on year, but bigger growth each year than in overall renewable energy generation or renewable electricity generation. And it's running well ahead of the models that the International Energy Agency actually produced and forecast that produced just in 2023. We're outpacing that really, really significantly. And that's absolutely fantastic that we're going to get to much higher levels much more quickly of renewable energy generation than we thought. There is evidence at the moment that China has actually hit peak CO2 emissions because of its huge growth in renewable electricity generation. It was anticipated that peak CO2 in China would be between 2035 and 2040. It's now 10 years ahead of that, and that's quite phenomenal, and there's a lot to be learned from that. So the growth in solar and in wind, if we look at this country, I'm not going to make this at all political, but the new Labour government very quickly undid the barriers that we faced around onshore wind generation, such that instead of us being one of only two, or the only two wind turbines onshore in England in 2021, there will be a lot more. We live in quite a windy country. There is huge scope there. And so just to unlock that, and so that's a policy development driven, but the technology is there. Wind technology is not that sophisticated, but the ability to overcome all the policy environment to be able to do it, to be able to move away. So there's a huge decarbonisation of the grid, but you need on top of that to have local decentralised electricity generation, like we have at Keele, to really drive things as well as a full decarbonisation of the grid. Growth in battery storage capabilities, absolutely fantastic, and the enablers to do that. The Chinese have just produced a battery that will fully charge a car in 5 minutes, and it's absolutely fantastic technology. And things like that, those enablers are really going to enable things like electric vehicles to become, as well as driving down cost. We've just seen government legislation around food waste come in. Again, it should be fairly obvious that food contains carbon, that you can reuse that as an energy source. But it's just been dumped, not dumped literally, but it's not been used as a potential energy source. So all these policy changes are really, really positive. On the other side, there are reasons to have some concerns, and actually, I mean, again, not making this political, so, but we have seen a change in president in the United States, and he's renowned for his commitment to the fossil fuel industry. I wouldn't say my politics align exactly to Donald Trump's at all, but he is an intelligent businessman, and he can look at a business case and see that the business case for renewable energy, for solar, for wind, is so much more compelling than that for oil in particular. even gas. And so it will change, and so it does tend to make kind of emotive statements that help in the populist vote. But he will actually not undo a lot of the Biden legislation around that, and he will recognise the economic case which exists around solar, around wind in terms of low carbon energy generation. But we do live in with significant financial challenges at the moment, and the pressures around the health service, I think anyone in this room can see that they are huge for this government. So there are a lot of difficult choices to be made. Personally, I feel the business case around low carbon technology just stands up by itself, and other things don't actually cost money. They just what in the old days we called environmental citizenship or pro-environmental behaviour. They can be done just with, again, slightly old-fashioned word, but kind of nudge theory, just nudging people to change behaviours. They come with very little cost associated with them. So we do need to, and I say we, I'm kind of looking at younger people in the audience here, we do need to keep kind of nudging and pushing for changes in policy, changes in behaviours to go alongside the absolutely remarkable advances that we're seeing in technology to stop the other things. Say the business case for low carbon technology stands up incredibly well. Some of the behavioural changes don't actually cost anything at all. They just require a change in behaviour or lifestyle. But there are a lot of pressures in society at the moment around the health service, around education in general. In fact, even in this area, we're looking at 10% of this area not being educated or in employment. Remarkable that we've gone back to those sorts of levels for all sorts of reasons. So there's a lot of challenges in the inbox of this government at the moment, and that's true across a lot of the world. But I do want to end on an optimistic note that actually we can do this, and it is completely remarkable. If I kind of, and yesterday is a day when you sort of look back, if I look at where we were 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it's a completely different landscape now. There's been huge advances, but we've got to keep pushing at that, otherwise they will slow down, and they don't need to slow down, they need to accelerate, and that curve needs to continue to be an exponential curve of growth of low carbon technology and a reduction in emissions. So that's all I'm going to say. I've got to admit, Jack, I wasn't sure what I'd do next in terms of whether I hand back to yourself or not, but I am really grateful to Jack, I say, for having organised this. Absolutely fantastic, and we just need more of these types of things at Keele and in society generally to keep kind of driving, but in an evidence data-based way, not just in a purely emotive way, although emotion is also quite useful. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mark. So we now just have a real short video, which we have to show just before we can then get cracking on with our speakers. Yes.
Solar power and wind energy. Why is this country doing almost nothing with wave power? Weird, isn't it?
I mean, logically, it should do, given that we have, for the size of the country, we have an absolutely massive coastline. It is quite difficult technology, wave technology, and I did see, when I used to do some work with the UK government, I did see some examples of some failed wave technology, and the problem is waves can be a different height and different ferocity, and the technology at the moment is too expensive for a lot of places. Tidal, I think, is different. I think there is huge potential for tidal barrages, but then there are wider wildlife biodiversity considerations. But it has to be that there is not going to be a single solution to really completely decarbonising. So all of these technologies have a role to play, and they will be different. Obviously, once you go further south, solar just goes up massively. Absolutely huge potential for kind of sub-Saharan, for the whole of Africa, for Mediterranean countries. So wave technology will be part. And really, we've got to just keep going. And one of the arguments made around gas is that whilst it's clearly a fossil fuel, it produces lower emissions than oil, and so much less than coal, as well as pollution. And so we need to keep going, but gradually more technologies will come on board, of which wave technology will be one, but it's not without some difficulties. And I probably make it sound too easy, but wind is really quite simple, and we've got to get it more efficient. We've got to try and get it higher and the blades longer and so on, and we've got to be able to function when the wind is really strong, which is a challenge at the moment. So, but wave technology will ultimately be part of that solution. So thanks for the question. Okay, sorry.
I'll give a quick thing. Unfortunately, we can't take Q&As, but you can ask the speakers out in the breaks. We are running a little bit behind on time, but we're going to just show the video now, and then we'll get on to our first speaker.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Okay, so our first speaker is Dr. Paris Bisht, and he is a senior lecturer in the School of Media, and he's also the deputy director of the Institute for Sustainable Futures. So he's a researcher and also a documentary filmmaker, and his most recent short films have been on pollution in India, and we're going to have them streamed at the Think Lab next door during our breaks, and for everyone watching online, they're going to be available online as well. But they really are quite beautiful documentaries. And his talk is going to be exploring how the power that narratives have in reshaping our understanding of our relationship with the Earth, and also how it can inspire us to drive and collectively collaborate to create global change and a greener future. So can we please welcome on Dr. Bisht?
We are in a moment of crisis. Many of us are feeling overwhelmed. The systems around us that we rely upon for a sense of security and wellness, the climate, natural environment, our political system, democracy, economic systems, market, they seem to be failing around us. This is not an individual malaise or affliction. This is a collective feeling that is being experienced by communities at scales locally, nationally, and transnationally. We are in a moment of rapid, accelerated change that is also marked by unprecedented levels of complexity and uncertainty. How do we, as human beings, make sense of this change, this complexity, this uncertainty? Sociological research would point to a clear mechanism, the mechanism of storytelling. At a moment of crisis, stories, when they're working well, provide us with a sense of meaning, connection, a sense of belonging, purpose, and ultimately hope. But at the moment, we are not seeing the sense of connection. The fact that vast numbers of us are not feeling a sense of meaningfulness, are experiencing hopelessness, is also telling us that there is a crisis brooding in the domain of storytelling. The dominant stories in our cultural, political, and social systems are not suited for a sustainable way of life. Our way of relating to each other and to the natural world is not leading us at the moment to a sustainable future. We need a change in storytelling. Stories legitimize systems. At a time when we need systemic change, we need huge amounts of work to be happening to make that change happen. Work in storytelling. It is quite telling at the moment, if you look at our popular culture, that there is a clear strand of what I would call apocalyptic eco-survivalist narratives that are emerging. If you look at film, TV, literature, video games, what does this world look like? It is a world of disconnection. Human beings are disconnected from other human beings, and we are disconnected from nature. It is a world of competition over scarce resources. It is a brutal world, everyone for themselves. It is a world where a privileged few are able to enclose themselves in spaces of relative security and abundance, while the majority are left to suffer and perhaps perish. This is a narrative that is quite bleak in terms of offering us possibilities of change, of other worlds. Now, this is not a narrative that is just limited to the world of speculative fiction. We are all experiencing this narrative also in the space of our everyday lives, in political storytelling. We are constantly told that urgent action on climate change is not possible because it costs too much at this point, or is geopolitically an unsound move. Within this storytelling framework, the destruction of the natural world is easier to imagine than the possibility of us changing our economic and political systems and the values underpinning them. We need these stories to change. We need a change in storytelling. I'm a communications scholar, I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I'm an educator. In my career, I have been working with young people, young creatives, helping them develop alternative ways of telling stories, alternative narratives. And I've done this work both here in the UK and in India. Let me tell you a different story about energy futures, where cheap green energy is widely available. A world where we not only have renewable energy installations like solar farms providing us with inexpensive carbon-free energy, but where there are also spaces of biodiversity enhancement. Imagine a world where a solar farm is the site where regeneration of land depleted by intensive agriculture happens. Imagine buzzing bees, butterflies, small mammals calling it home. Imagine it as a space for human-nature reconnections. A space of shared abundance for both humans and non-humans. How familiar is this story? This is not entirely an act of imagination. Not all solar farms are being managed like this, but our solar farm here at Keele University, where the stock is taking place, is being managed in exactly this way. We have been undertaking the work, I and colleagues, of introducing our students to the site and giving them a sense of connection and ownership, a sense of being stakeholders in this change. Students, when they encounter this site, when they see this different reality, are able to envision a different present. Another site that we've been working with is lowland peat bogs that are abundant in the area of England where we are situated. Now, peat bogs are a neglected, historically neglected, undervalued site. They have traditionally been seen as wastelands, often drained for farming, or peat being cut for fuel or horticultural use. In partnership with Natural England, we have been running projects where we are trying to shift public understandings of peatland and really restore to it its unique value as an amazing ecosystem that is vital to our ability to be able to face the climate crisis, to restore to it its huge significance as a natural carbon sink. Peatlands store more carbon, twice as much as all of the world's forests combined. Following in the footsteps of storytellers such as Robin Wall Kimmerer, my colleagues and the students have rediscovered the magic, the enchantment, the value of peatlands, where the humble sphagnum moss literally transforms its immediate environment. It creates peat, it sequesters carbon, it holds water, it prevents flooding, it provides a wonderful home for a bewildering array of highly specialized plant and animal species. It is a place of resilience and abundance for both human and non-human species. We are telling the story of hope. Crucially, what we are also doing is discovering narratives of care and gratitude, relationships of care and gratitude that are being enacted by scientists, conservationists, and communities of volunteers who are working to restore these damaged landscapes. These experiences, these life narratives are vital stories that need to be recovered because what they're giving us evidence of is ordinary people already living in ways that are giving us a framework for a more hopeful way of being. Another very crucial element of generating a new set of stories is the work of recovery and restoration of marginalized and actively silenced voices. I have been doing some of this work in relation to the urgent problem of air pollution, which is globally the biggest public health crisis. I have been working with colleagues in New Delhi. This is a city where I grew up. And we have been examining the dominant media narratives around air pollution. What we discovered was a similar sense of inevitability and a lack of alternatives that we see around the climate crisis. What we also see was a pattern of blaming rural farming communities as being the dominant culprit in this problem. There was an inordinate focus on the practice of agricultural waste burning, and farmers were seen as being ignorant, willful, almost criminal actors generating environmental harm. What we also discovered was that these stories rarely gave voice to farming communities. These communities were actively marginalized from this narration. In our project, we worked to actively center the voices of farmers, and what we discovered and what we communicated was that farmers are working within a set of systemic challenges that are trapping them effectively in ecologically destructive practices. What we also highlighted in our narrative was that despite these overwhelming challenges, there are farmers who have resisted and are seeking alternative ways of regenerative agriculture that enacts a deeply connected sense of care towards land. So these are concrete pathways of restoring marginalized voices that we are highlighting here. Similar systemic reimaginations around the domain of public transportation and public health were produced in 2 other films. We are actively using these films to shape policy and to shape public understandings. In all of these films, we have highlighted the perspectives of economically and socially disadvantaged communities, making sure that we're putting forward imaginations of the city that are about a city that is livable for all and not just for a tiny minority that is able to protect itself from environmental harm. Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. I want to end with these beautiful words of Arundhati Roy, where she is signaling to us the possibility of a different, more hopeful world. I want to encourage all of us to take on this task, to realize this possibility of a more hopeful world, to give birth to this more hopeful world. Stories enable action. Let us craft, seek out, recover, nourish a different set of narratives. Narratives of connection, interdependence, shared abundance, gratitude, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bisht. So our second speaker is Dr. Ranjan Sanyal. So Dr. Sanyal is a senior stroke consultant at the University Hospital North Midlands. He has a deep passion not only beyond stroke medicine, but for metabolic health. Now, metabolic syndrome collectively is the world's biggest health burden. Obesity and what we eat are modern lifestyles. And so he's going to be exploring how our modern lifestyles are not only prematurely killing us, but also killing the planet. So can we please go for Dr. Ranjan Sanyal?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Jack, for inviting me to this wonderful event. So the topic is metabolic time bomb. I diffuse it now. I'm a stroke physician. This topic is not directly related to my trade. So this is much more deeper from my personal health journey. And that's what has triggered me to understand what causes disease and how you can be healthy. And that's the journey I'm going to take you through. Just before I go into that, you will understand why I am doing this today. Because in 2015, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. And I was, the lifespan I didn't ask, but it is quite bleak. I think 2 things saved me at that time. One is obviously the modern medicine, which, I had chemo and all the things what you can think of. And the second thing is my use of hypnosis. That is one of my research interests as well. Using it on myself to heal my body and mind, and that did help. But once I survived, the next big question which come to my mind is, why did it happen to me? Why it was me? Why did I had led a very clean life, very healthy life, what I thought is healthy. Still, I had this. So that's what made me take a deep dive into what caused disease, how you can keep yourself healthy, why this time bomb exploded on me, and how I can find out what was the reason for this time bomb in the first instance. And that's what today I have got some answer. And I want to, whatever I have got the insight, I want to share so that you can also apply to help yourself being healthy, to understand what can make you healthy and what causes the disease. And at the end, I'll give a 5-pillar approach which everybody can follow to improve your health, to avoid disease. So that's the background of my... So obviously, the metabolic time bomb is metabolic syndrome. As Jack mentioned, this is one of the most common non-communicable disease facing this world right now. In fact, I would argue it is much more important than, for example, COVID, which killed a lot of people. At this point, more people are being killed because we are just sleepwalking into it. We are sleepwalking. We are not aware. Now, if we take the criteria how somebody could be diagnosed with metabolic syndrome, there is controversy, but the one which I have mentioned, like you have to have high blood pressure, your blood sugar has to be high, or you have got abdominal obesity as we increase waist circumference, and then some lipid abnormalities, specifically increased triglyceride and reduced HDL. So if you have any 3 out of these 5, that is an official diagnosis of metabolic syndrome. At this point in Western world, if we take UK, US, more than 1/3 of the adult population has got metabolic syndrome. But if we take a broader picture, if we take one aspect or two aspects of this criteria, 88% of population in US and more than 60% of the adult population of UK has got this. So in other words, all these people are having this metabolic time bomb without being aware. So once we take the broader picture, it's not only that. As you can see, it is hypertension or high blood pressure, it is type 2 diabetes, and you'd be surprised, Alzheimer's, gout, obesity, liver disease, especially non-alcoholic fatty liver disease causing cirrhosis, which is by far the commonest cause of cirrhosis now, acid reflux disease, lipid abnormality, sleep apnea, and the list is, this is not the full list. The list goes on and on and on. Now, what is the fundamental cause of this condition? Now, there is controversy around metabolic syndrome, and whatever I am saying is not in the mainstream medicine now. But whatever I am saying, all is backed by evidence. It's nothing without evidence. There is a lot of controversy regarding metabolic syndrome, but one thing which everybody agrees, that the prime cause of this metabolic syndrome is hyperinsulinemia. So, in other words, insulin level in our body goes up, and as in any other hormone, once the hormone goes up, the receptor downregulate, they get more resistant and causing insulin resistance. And that is the driving factor for all the metabolic problem what we have discussed. So that is the fundamental problem. Hyperinsulinemia leading to insulin resistance. Now, why this is happening? Like, it is much more complex, but one of the most important cause, like if you think of general population, what we do in the morning, we start with a very, as we have seen in the ad, very healthy cereal. What does the cereal do? Essentially, it spikes your blood sugar. It goes up. Now, blood sugar is toxic to your blood vessels, your endothelial cells. So body doesn't allow it. So how can it overcome? It has to secrete insulin. And as soon as insulin is secreted, blood sugar comes down and it dips. And within a couple of hours, you feel again hungry. You have some snacks. And what snacks? Again, that is raising your blood sugar. So these processes going on throughout the body. As a result, overall, there is very clear evidence that the insulin level, if we compare it 30 years ago, is much higher in general population. And because it is higher, there is more, the insulin receptors are down-regulating, they are getting resistant, and then you are having this metabolic time bomb in yourself. So that is the fundamental problem going on. Now, remember, insulin is a villain here, but it's a hero. We cannot survive without insulin. Without insulin, we cannot survive. So it is important to understand Insulin has got so much important role in our normal metabolism. Insulin is responsible for getting the glucose in the cell. Without insulin, you cannot get the glucose inside the cell. And it also allows this glucose to be stored as a fat. So it has got important action in glucose metabolism. It has got important action in protein metabolism. We absorb protein, we make protein. Insulin doesn't allow the protein to break down. It allows it to form. So that's an action of insulin as well. It has action on the fat metabolism. It helps to store the fat and doesn't allow the fat to be broken down. So in other words, insulin is a hormone of rainy days. It tries to protect you. It tries to store the energy so that you can survive during bad time. And if we think historically, famine is not that unusual. So apart from these three important nutrient metabolism, insulin has got role in cell growth and proliferation. So insulin like growth factor 1 is important in cell growth and proliferation. Without that, cell won't grow. And that's why you get a state of metabolic syndrome during adolescence, because otherwise you can't grow your body suddenly. So it is important as well. It has got tremendous important role in the maintaining the good health of our blood vessels. So without it, the blood vessels won't function properly. We will end up having clots. We will end up having other problems as well. And last but not the least, insulin also helps to move the ion inside the cell. For example, there are certain ions, potassium, calcium, magnesium, phosphate. They cannot go inside the cell without insulin. So we cannot survive without insulin. And one of the example is if a type 1 diabetes, they are not replaced insulin, they cannot survive. Full stop. So it is a hormone which is important for you to be alive. But as with any other thing, anything in excess is dangerous. And that's what is happening. So this insulin, when it gets resistant, so for example, in blood vessels, the blood vessels, their tone normally is maintained by this optimum action of the insulin. You get hypertension because of that. You are more prone to form clots. You are more thereby forming heart attack and stroke. When there is insulin resistance in liver, that is one of the prime cause for diabetes eventually. You get fatty liver, insulin get resistant, and you get diabetes, type 2 diabetes, not type 1 obviously. If there is insulin resistance in pancreas, the insulin won't be secreted properly, and you get the diabetes as well. If you look at the brain, you would be surprised. Even insulin has got tremendous effect in brain. It is important for maintaining our cognition. It is important for avoiding neuroinflammation. It is important for optimum release of the neurotransmitter. And if it doesn't happen, one of the prime example is Alzheimer's. It is also called sometimes type 3 diabetes because of the insulin resistance. You are not able to utilize glucose properly. At the same time, you get excess amyloid deposition inside your brain, leading to damage of the brain. Take kidney, like it has got all positive effect in kidney, and when that is damaged, you get kidney disease. So you can see all these various factors, you can link it to one thing, insulin. Insulin, excess amount of insulin release, and that is driving all these problems. So the primary problem is for our lifestyle, this insulin level is going up, and as it is going up, the receptor are getting desensitized, they are getting resistant, and that's what is exploding all this metabolic problem, be it heart attack, be it stroke, be it diabetes and its complication, be it gout, obstructive sleep apnea. The list goes on, and you can link it either directly or indirectly to this fundamental thing, and that is driving. So that's what I have understood, like that's the metabolic time bomb in ourselves and what we can do now. And that, to understand that, I have put myself in lots of things I've done to experiment. For example, I have fasted for 7 days to see what happens in the body. So I have done, and I'm just trying to summarize what we can do holistically, do in a sustainable way to improve our health, to make us healthier. So that's the 5-pillar approach I have designed, and that can help anybody here. If you are already have got metabolic syndrome, you can control it better. If you are not, you can avoid, and you can live much longer, healthier, fulfilled life. So the first part is controlling the high level of insulin. So how can you reduce the insulin level? So one of the things is our diet, as I have said. We have to change our diet. We have to go back to the basic. Eat whole food, eat true food, eat local food, eat food, make food from scratch. Don't try to, I saw a television ad. Why do you cook? You can order in this online and eat. Like these are the driving factor which increases insulin and causing us. So we have to avoid that. There is no way. That will save you money. That will eventually save your health. Save this NHS crisis everywhere. It's not about just NHS crisis. Save yourself, save your body and mind. The next important, stop processed food. Processed food, apart from it causes damage, it is very unsustainable. It has huge carbon footprint. So why? We should try to be more sustainable. Get food locally. Encourage local farmer and then eat food sustainably. And that's the much more healthier way. The third aspect, what I said, is, I told that I have put my body to fasting to see what exactly. Fasting is something, it's in all culture is there. It cannot be wrong. So I have tried. And important thing about fasting, time-restricted eating. There is evidence, huge evidence emerging that it is useful. There are lots of science behind it, but I'll mention 2 important signs you can understand. One is autophagy. So when you fast for a period of time, body renew itself. So it will, the process called autophagy, so it will destroy all the cells which are sick, instead replace it with new sets of cells. And I think in 2019, one of the Japanese scientists got Nobel Prize with that. And one of the key factor, if you do fasting in a controlled way, obviously, that you can achieve that. And that's why there is benefit of fasting. The other important thing, obviously, there is one enzyme called SIRT6, which works exactly opposite to insulin. So when your insulin goes up, the SIRT6 activity goes down. And what is the importance of SIRT6? This is an enzyme which is responsible for DNA repair of your DNA, helping to rejuvenate your whatever DNA which are damaged, they are removed, and new sets of DNA which are healthier are replaced. And that's the action of the SIRT6. If your insulin is high, it won't work. So they do work not simultaneously. One will work when other will. So that's one of the important things. Calorie restriction is important. There is evidence. But I feel sometimes if you just stick onto the calorie, it is very unsustainable. But in general, reduce the consumption. That is again sustainable. You don't waste food. Cook it from the scratch. Cook as much as you need. And that way you can lead a much healthier life. The next bit is if you reduce the insulin, obviously insulin resistance will improve. But there are other ways to improve the insulin resistance. So control insulin resistance. So exercise. Exercise is important. Even not only doing formal exercise, when you are going to work, if it is possible, walk. If it's possible, cycle. So this is a sustainable way, low carbon way. Obviously, for insulin resistance, resistant exercise is very important, and that should be incorporated. Food, there are certain foods which can improve insulin resistance. For example, there are like herbs, cinnamon, cardamom, neem leaves, fenugreek seed. All these improve insulin. And each of these, I'll tell you how we can monitor, but I have seen that it does work on myself. I can see the glucose level goes down. Having probiotics, having supplements, there are a host of supplements like magnesium, vitamin D, all these helps. And where possible, make fermented food because it will improve your gut microbiome, and that will help with your metabolic health. The third important thing is holistic living. Be part of the community. The whole idea is once you do that, there is great evidence that it reduces the cortisol level and it improves the insulin sensitivity. So like stress management using, I would say, hypnosis is a very good way. Meditation, pranayama, all these things can reduce the stress. Spending time with nature. So that's why it's very important to have a community where you have got this nature all around you. Maintain your local environment. Be more sustainable in that way. Happiness and satisfaction. Whatever you do, however small, be happy and satisfied. If you are not, don't do it. There's no reason for doing it. Faith, charity, social work. Again, that's all form of the vagus nerve stimulation. That's important as well. So you can use vagus nerve to improve. The fourth is monitoring. Now our technology has improved, so we can monitor our blood pressure, we can monitor our blood sugar, and eventually in next few years, we'll have non-invasive monitoring. And all this will give you a feedback, whether your journey is correct or not, whether you are doing the right thing, and that is quite useful. And last but not the least, I would like to stress it. If you are already have got effect of metabolic syndrome, hypertension, that don't ignore. The modern medicine is very good in controlling it. You do these changes, but continue the treatment, and gradually your treatment requirement will go down. And following this 5-step approach, I believe you will have a much more sustainable living, and your health will improve. Your health, not only physical health, mental health, physical health, everything will improve. And you will do, your metabolic health will improve. And that's how you can be more sustainable in a way. And I hope that you would take this and introduce in your lifestyle. And if you get some benefit, that would be the best reward for my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanyo. So that leads us to a break. Owing to how we are running late on time, I'm going to say we'll have probably a 10-15 minute break. So there's plenty to explore. We've got various stalls out in the atrium, which you've probably seen already. But we're also going to be streaming Dr. Bish's documentaries in the Think Lab next door, as well as just at the end and on the left, we've had a lot of PhD and master students who are doing Global Challenge Pathway projects, addressing all sorts of global challenges. And there's going to be a poster presentation in our next break. But feel free to go and explore all those. So yeah, I'll see you back here in 10-15 minutes. Hi all. Hello. So we're now on to our third speaker. Sorry for the break was quite short. We have got a bigger 45-minute break coming after our next two speakers, and that's 100% 45 minutes. So, because that's also when we're going to be having our poster presentations from our various students, and with the judges going, all that kind of stuff. So our third speaker is Patrick Shanahan. So Patrick is the Chief Strategy Officer at Port Vale Football Club. So he is in charge of driving initiatives which create success both on and off of the football pitch. He has a passion for sustainability, and so he's going to be talking about how football clubs are a powerful vehicle to drive social change and how they're perfectly situated within the community to create a greener future. Now, Port Vale has been well recognized nationally and won various awards for its use within the community and its integration with the community, and that's what makes it specifically a very good example of how football clubs can contribute towards a greener future. So I'm going to let him explore that, so if we can all give a round of applause for Patrick, please.
Hello. Yes, so I am Patrick Shanahan, so son of Carol and Kevin Shanahan. We, as a family, bought Port Vale in 2019. So in that time, we've gone through a pandemic, a promotion, and a relegation. So we've done a whistle-stop tour of a lot of things in football. And we're now currently chasing another promotion to get back up. And we even played last night where we lost annoyingly 1-0 and hit the woodwork 4 times in the match. Like, who hits the woodwork 4 times? So I could easily do 20 minutes on why I think the goals should be bigger. But we'll stick to this. So green goals. And as we've said, that football clubs are perfectly situated within their communities to be able to help drive this social change. So to start with, let's have a look at the football pyramid as a whole and the enormity of English football. This is the envy of countries all over the world due to its size and due to the fact that you can move your way up the pyramid, but unfortunately you can also move your way down the pyramid. Everybody knows the Premier League right there at the top, and as you come down, the next 3 tiers are professional football in this country. So we've been League 2, League 1, back to League 2 at Port Vale, with the hope of one day reaching the land of milk and honey in the Premier League. But then below us are further tiers into semi-professional football, and then even further down you go, it splits off into more regional leagues. I looked really, really hard to find a diagram that shows you all of it, but this is the cleanest one that I could show for the top 8 levels, but there's 3 more levels. So in this, you've got 406 teams. And the only image I could find online is thanks to someone called Jen, who's made the super, super awesome guide to English football step system. And it is super, super awesome, as it's the only one out there. So then looking at the lower 3 tiers, a lot more leagues with a lot of clubs. So then that's an additional 1,443 teams. And within that is that Roy of the Rovers dream of being a team all the way down in the 11th tier and over time working your way up to the lofty heights of the Premier League. So there it's demonstrated in a bar chart so you can see that ultimately it leads, we've got 1,849 clubs. So there's one team on a Saturday that doesn't play anyone. But the real size and the real strength of it is in just the sheer volume of clubs that there are. And then we've also got the women's pyramid, which has 585 teams. And the FA were happy to make the pyramid for that one, but they've not done it for the men's. But again, the numbers are massive. And it's the same thing with the women's. You can start off down here and work your way up. We just got promoted last year with the women's, so we got relegated with the men's and promoted with the women's. But the hope, again, is to work your way up. And then that ultimately has the impact on the number of people that come to the games. So what I've done here is I've split it out into the men's game, the women's game, and then youth games, so both boys and girls. The numbers for the clubs and then the matches that they would play in that season, and then the total attendance of the numbers of people that go to attend those games. So obviously the Premier League, in only 380 matches, gets an enormous audience live at the games of over 15 million. And as you work down, the EFL has a huge reach with 19 million people going. And as you work your way down, obviously less, but then as there are more teams, there's still a high volume of people going to these games. And then you'll see grassroots. So grassroots aren't even in the pyramid. It's more like pub teams or whatever, where people get together weekly and play in leagues. And then with family members or friends or whoever coming to watch, again, due to the sheer volume of games, you have enormous attendances. So looking all the way down at the bottom, you get a rough number of about 99.85 million people going to games in a year. Some of those will be double counted because they'll go to many games or what have you. But that then is 99 million, roughly, trips to games. So if that was a country, it would be the 17th most populous country on the planet. So football in England alone, with a population of 57 million people, so that's roughly like 1.75 football matches watched per person in a year, is absolutely huge. So then, but that all of those trips to football matches have an impact on the environment. So looking at the average splits, so the emphasis here is more on the splits of the impact that these games have. So as you can tell from the numbers before, the fan travel is a huge contributor to the impact of the game. Then with the Premier League matches, you have people flying in from all corners of the globe to come and watch the team that they watch from thousands of miles away every week. And then the team travel, obviously bigger in the Premier League as well, because they'll take a flight from like London to Newcastle or whatever, because it's slightly easier. But the pressure now is that is being taken out of the game. And then stadium operations in the Premier League, they're able to pay more money to bring in more efficient and modern technologies. The EFL teams, like us, we're still catching up in that. But as we discussed, the grassroots is huge, and the biggest contributor there is the fan travel. So what does it mean? So then the impact of this on the country as a whole is that we're creating more emissions, which is then leading to this, which is on the left is the flood risk today, and then on the right is the flood risks in 2050. So on the map for 2050, you'll see that 25% of professional football clubs are in high-risk flood zones. So that means that matches being wiped out, and even if you could build the flood defences, it's also about getting fans there, because then that generates the money which then sustains the clubs. So there is a huge problem on its way, and it's already started. So at the start of this season, Wimbledon, who were next to a river, it burst its banks for the first time in decades, flooded the pitch, and then suddenly they had to cancel all those games, then invest heavily to fix the pitch, and then reschedule all those games, take them away from like Saturday 3 o'clock, so then you get smaller attendances at night games. So it has these knock-on effects, and then it's the pubs and the bars and restaurants and everything around there as well that all take the hit from that. So the Premier League has been very good at showing everybody how much it earns and how much it contributes. So the economic impact of football in this country is massive. That's from the tax contributions, but then also the bars and restaurants and the life around the stadiums, and then the jobs that supports. And then some of that money trickles down into football as a whole and community work. And you'll see that the money from the Premier League goes into the EFL and all of our community trusts. So every professional football club in the country has a charity that is attached to the club. So it's an independent charity, but works using the badge and the power of football to gather the community and bring it towards the club. So this is the EFL's version and shows you the impact. The main number here that we want to look at is the 1.24 billion in social value. So this is through things such as some clubs do heart screenings where fans, mainly men between 30 and 60, won't really go to the doctors to get something checked. But then if the club's putting it on, they'll go because, oh, my club's doing it. They come, get checked, and then either get the all clear or get referred. This program has saved people's lives, but also added years to their lives because they're able to go and get the help that they need. So the impact that clubs can have on their communities is also enormous, just as much as the game itself. Some clubs and some companies and organizations have utilized the power of football to use it to then send out the message of environmental sustainability. So this is a company called Great Save who have used this to create initiatives for fans to get involved in. This is the advert for their one for this season, that they'll be getting people to reuse their football kits or pass them on to reduce the environmental impact of it. Then you have Planet League, who are another group who cleverly, what they've done is they've taken people's allegiances to their clubs and gamified environmental action in their own lives. So you, as a fan of your club, sign up as a fan of your club. Then there are different challenges and things that you can do within a week. So eat a plant-based meal or turn your lights off, things like this. And then if you can verify them with photos, then you can score goals for your football club. And then so that we've done that, we signed up with them and had a lot of success with it. So much so that we were the top-ranked EFL club in the Power League. But that just shows that just because of the size of the other clubs around us, with the right team in place within our foundation, we were able to get a lot of people onto the scheme and then making these changes. So then the EFL itself has built a green club scheme which clubs can choose to sign up to. We've chosen to sign up to it, and what they do through the company Green Code is they give you a self-assessment, you fill that in, and then it tells you where you roughly are on your journey to creating as an efficient club as possible. We are currently rated bronze and now have our pathway to getting towards gold. And these are the schemes in which they sort of look at to give you your rankings and tell you where you can make improvements. As nobody at the club, whilst we care about the environment, nobody at the club has any idea of how best to go out about doing these things and what things actually make the best difference and all of that. I got in touch with Keele University, with the environmental school, and Sharon then helped us by bringing master's students to the club to then read the report and then do their masters on the club and what we can do. So we did it on energy efficiency and biodiversity. So then from their papers, we've then taken on their actions. So then the next set of students can come in and then see and compare the data, and then we can start building that. And we've then shared that with the other clubs in EFL Green clubs. So then it's having not just an effect at our club, but then all the clubs around the country. So, as you can see here, football, we love a table, we love to see who's the best. And Forest Green Rovers are by far and away the environmental club in the world, the most green football club in the world. And they like to remind you of it. But they were bought by a man named Dale Vince, who set up a company called Ecotricity, which is like a environmental power company. And he bought them in 2008, and he recognized the power of football. He could get his message out a lot easier by demonstrating the power of it through running a football club. And to do that, you have to run that successfully, so you have to achieve results on the pitch, and then you can then shout about all the great work you're doing. And because they've got all the expertise and what have you, they're great at presenting their data to show you the progress that they're making. So what they're doing is teaching the rest of the football world that it is possible. So and then they're able to show you in all the different ways and all the different things how they're reducing it, even to the point of looking at the emissions per fan for them, and then being able to reduce that through different schemes, car sharing schemes, green buses and what have you. And then giving you the full map of looking how they're going to get it all the way down. They say here, review after the Eco Park Stadium. So they're done with showing us how to retrofit a stadium that was already there, and they're looking to build this thing, which is called the Eco Park, and it's all going to be made out of sustainably sourced wood that's then been treated so it doesn't set on fire. I don't know how that works. All with the organic pitches, all with the energy from sustainable sources, everything. And they're then showing us how you can go and build stadiums that are energy efficient. So why doesn't everybody do that? Why aren't we all, the second that Forest Green have done it, why haven't we all followed suit? And this in itself could be a 20-minute talk, but I'll do it very quickly. So this is how we see it at Port Vale. So think of us as the solar system, and the first team is the sun, and all the different departments are different planets, because they're all very different in the way that they work, in the rhythm of their job, and the skills you're required to succeed in those jobs. But ultimately, everything revolves around the first team. And our job as a club is to make the sun, being the first team, shine as brightly as possible. If that shines brightly, then we all do well as a result of it. So then we can do more things for each department and grow them. But ultimately, it's down to how brightly the sun shines. And so then we are a star within the galaxy of English football, within the universe of world football, and everybody wants to have the shiniest star. And what that means is that you can get stuck in a trap trying to have the shiniest team, the best team possible. Because everybody wants to buy better players. Because if we buy better players, then in the hope of winning more games. But you can do that and lose more games. So then that leads to either an increase or a decrease in attendance, which then leads to an increase or a decrease in revenues. And regardless of which way you go about it, it usually leads back to the same place. Because if you lose more games and it goes down, everyone goes, this is terrible. We need to go and increase the budget, spend more money to get better players to go back the way that we wanted to go. Or you win more games, you do really well, and you go, this is a great moment. Let's carry on the momentum. Let's increase the budget. Let's spend more on players. We'll get better players, and we'll keep going. Regardless of what you do, you always end up back there, because football has this great habit of resetting every summer, and we all start from zero again. So, and with football, the finances are organized in match day revenues, commercial revenues, so like the sponsorships and everything that you can attract to the club, and then broadcast revenues, so then that's your TV money. And usually it is, for the professional clubs, it is the match day is the most important. Bums on seats means everything. Then it goes into commercial. The bigger you look, the more they want people's eyeballs on their brand, so then they put more money into you. And then usually it was historically that broadcast was the smallest. That has somewhat changed, and the game as a whole has changed. Firstly, due to this man, Jimmy Hill. So in 1961, he was the chair of the PFA, and he's now the patron saint of the overpaid footballer. He fought tooth and nail to remove the maximum wage cap on players that back then was £20 a week. So you couldn't spend more than £20 a week on any individual player. He managed to fight that and get rid of it. And I don't think Jimmy ever realized where that would end up. But the second biggest thing that happened was the Premier League. So the Premier League began in 1992, and this was a breakaway league by the biggest clubs in the country because they wanted to get more broadcast revenues. So then they went away from the FA, built their own thing, and negotiated their own deal with TV. And the runaway train left the station. And again, I don't think that they would have ever known just how big it was going to get. So in 1992, $500 million. And then by 2016, over $5 billion. So the money just exploded. And so then, but we're still in that same trap of we need to buy better players. So then all these players start getting paid more money, but then you've got to pay more money to go and get them. And then what that led to was, this is how it was distributed last year. So the two most important numbers on this are right at the top there, Man City, about 175 million just for the year, just from broadcast. And Burnley down at the bottom with 110 million. Poor Burnley, only 110. And so as you can see, when they set it up so that we equally shared everything. So that if somebody wanted to show our games, they had to pay everybody equally. So then they couldn't just go to Man United or Tottenham or whoever. And then over time, you see the merit payments have come in. So then the bigger ones that aren't happy with their slice of the pie, and they go, we should get more because we're the bigger ones and all that sort of stuff. But ultimately, the money has kept growing and growing and growing. So now, what used to be the match day revenues being the most important, when you get to the Premier League, suddenly the broadcast is the top one, then the commercial, and then match day. Hence why they were able to play behind closed doors during COVID, and we weren't. We had to stop because our source of money had gone, and our main source of money had gone. And to then how that trickles down, so the EFL, remembering that 110 million that Burnley got, if we look at the 2023-24 season, because that's comparative, in the Championship, you'll get roughly, these numbers are slightly out, but you get 4 million. And everyone in the Championship gets 4 million. So then, over time, what has happened is it's even more attractive to risk the club and spend even more money, spend way beyond your means to get to the Premier League. So in the Championship, you can have up to 21 out of the 24 clubs spend over 100% of their income on player wages alone. In League One, that can get up to half of the league, and in League Two, about a quarter at most, because it's less of a, you get less of a reward. And this year, because of how the monies work and how bonuses and players get paid and whatnot, if we were to get promoted this year, it would actually come at a cost to the club, even with the change in money. So there is a problem, and everybody is trying to get there. So everybody is more willing to risk the financial security of the clubs to achieve that. And what happened was, in the EFL, their TV deals work differently. You'll see there, the ITV digital deal was meant to be the big game changer for lower league football. And it was meant to bring in 315 million, but it went bust, and the clubs only got 137 million. But then what do clubs do when they get a load of money? They go, well, hey, we can go and spend it on players. So then they went and committed that money to the players, but then thinking, oh, we're going to get this money over 3 years. The money disappears after year one, but you've signed all these contracts. And then it's taken 20 years or something to recover to get to a level above that. And how that works and how that plays out is the insolvencies for clubs. So through financial mismanagement over time, and you can see there in that 5-year period ending in 2004, the impact of that ITV deal. What has taken place is that more clubs over time have taken these risks. And in the last 5 years, we've had one club in Bury disappear. We've had big clubs like Bolton and Wigan run into serious financial problems. And if your debts are enough to be covered by going into bankruptcy and selling off assets, then they'll do that. And if not, if that can't cover it, the club just disappears, which, as we know through the impact then of that on the local economy, on the local community, is absolutely enormous. Which has led the government to wake up and have a look at it. They wanted the Premier League to share more of their toys, but the Premier League said, no, we quite like our toys and we don't want to share. So we've been unable to agree upon a deal where we can share the money more fairly, to smooth out that curve, to make it less risky for people to go and throw money to get where they want to get to. And the government recognises the impact of losing a football club, and they talk it through there. So the fans, the impact that it has on them, the supply chain, the wider football ecosystem, and the local communities, having a huge impact on the game itself, on the towns and cities where these clubs are based, and then also they're upset that they're not going to get tax revenues. which has led us to where we are today, which is the Football Governance Bill, which is currently going through Parliament. And it's being discussed, and it's looking to achieve a fairer share of the monies. One of the issues that could arise through that is, as we know, if football clubs get more money, we know how they spend it. So I'm of the opinion that to safeguard the future of the game from the game basically killing itself is through making sure that the money does get shared out, but then in reserved funds for things like environmental sustainability, because these clubs are so well placed and fans will get on board that football clubs in this country could end up being a secret weapon in terms of the fight against climate change. To put it simply, or in football terms, is the football industry is wide open and in space, and the government's got the ball. If the government finds us with the right pass, we could score a great goal for the team and we could help us as a group, as everyone, win the match against climate change. But they need to pass us the ball. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. So our fourth speaker is a recent PhD alumni of Keele. It's Dr. Elliot Lancaster, who in 2022 received an MBE for his various roles in advocating for and leading in sustainability. His work has also been shown in loads of different places, like BBC Breakfast, like GB News, and he also represents the UK at a national and international level for sustainability. Such as COP28, UNSCAP, and he's also represented the UK at the Global Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates, I believe that's it. And so really quite impressive stuff. And today he's going to be exploring in his talk the personal contribution that we can all make towards this global problem. So yeah, can we please welcome on Dr. Elliot Lancaster.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. So today, I would like to talk about the personal opportunity of sustainability. And in doing so, I want to challenge 3 myths. So to begin with, I'd like everybody to close their eyes. Please, can you close your eyes? I'd like you to imagine that you're on an around-the-world yacht race. I want you to imagine of the challenges that you're going to face planning for this activity. The challenges of the cramped spaces, the challenges of the wind, the challenges of the ocean, and the challenges of the hidden currents. Now please open your eyes. It is 1966, and you are Sir Francis Chichester. And this is your yacht, the Gypsy Moth. The challenges that we faced in 1966 were somewhat different, based on our knowledge, our skills, and our understanding. This is the route navigated by Sir Francis Chichester from Plymouth to Plymouth in 226 days. Now today, I'm using a yacht race as an analogy at 2 points in time for the impact of sustainability. I now want you to imagine that you're on a yacht race today. Our knowledge and our experiences are so much greater than they were in 1966. Hence, we are able to do it in a more safe and efficient way. Hence, we have more routes and more options to navigate around the world, just like we have more routes and options in terms of technologies for sustainability. There are 2 fundamental questions when it comes to navigating across the world, as with sustainability. Who is in control? And what do they control? Can we control the wind? Can we control the ocean? And can we control the hidden currents? Well, personally, I can't control the wind. I don't know if anyone else here has ever tried. I am not Poseidon. I cannot control the ocean. And I cannot control the hidden currents. But we can manage these things. We can manage them through our understanding of the wind, in order to look at our sails and how we can capture the wind more effectively. We can become master yacht sailors, and we can navigate the ocean in a more effective way, and use technology in order to navigate across the barriers at sea, such as the hidden currents and other obstacles. So sustainability is like a solo around the world yachts race. It is about what we can do and control individually, and of course, collectively. There is so much that we must understand, even if we can't fully control every element. I would like to talk about 3 specific areas: T, technology; E, education; and D, disruption. Okay, so when it comes to technology, I want to talk about technology as a catalyst for sustainability. When it comes to education, I want to discuss how we can adopt a multi-dimensional approach. And when it comes to disruption, how we can disrupt our own thinking. And by discussing these 3 core areas, I want to challenge 3 myths of sustainability. So, myth number 1, renewable energy is unreliable. So I want you to imagine again that it is 1966 and you are on a yacht race. You had to rely on your wristwatch, on your sextant. There's also a nautical compass that you could use. And to communicate, we had a state-of-the-art radio telephone, slightly bigger than the telephones that we have today, somewhat more inefficient as well, but this was your toolkit. Today, we have a variety of modern technologies that we can use. We've got wind and tidal turbines. We've heard about wind turbines at Keele University and how Keele is leading the way in that area. Solar technologies and how they've become more adopted in domestic house buildings. And the importance of energy storage as well. Not just generating electricity, but storing it in a safe and an effective way. As well as things like substitute products. So moving away from your single-use plastic straws and maybe having a metal straw instead. Okay, so today it's 2025. How do we navigate across the world? We've got race course charts, so we can see the position that everybody is in and how they're getting across in their race. We have satellites and VHF radios, more effective and efficient ways to communicate. Of course, they're susceptible to things like water, so if you did capsize, you wouldn't be able to use it, but then you'd have bigger problems to face. Tide charts, weather charts, as well as waypoint lists in order to map the challenges that you're going to face when you go on your race. So when looking at myth number 1, renewable energy being unreliable, we need to focus on energy storage and smart grids like Keele University and what choices can we make as our personal opportunity. I could choose to have my home powered based on traditional coal-based infrastructure, or I could have the choice to look at more renewable energy infrastructure, such as smart energy tariffs and solar power. Okay, I'd now like to look at myth number 2, that sustainability is only about the environment. I'd like to start with the definition that education is a process of acquiring knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits that enable an individual to develop and grow throughout their life, for themselves or for the betterment of society. The latter part being very synonymous with what we know about sustainability education. So it's 1966. Imagine that you're back on your yacht race. Well, actually wasn't until 1967 that we saw the founding of Sail Training International, a year too late. Now the international voice of sail training. And it wasn't until 1972 that the American Sail Training Association was also founded. One of their mottos, that sail training is not just learning to sail, it is learning from sailing, from the ship, from the sea, and most importantly, from yourself, ways in which we also learn about sustainability. So let's look at the history of sustainability, and particularly around education. So it wasn't until as recently as 1970 that we saw the first Earth Day observance. In 1972, the United Nations held their first conference on the human environment, leading to the Stockholm Declaration, or one of the first action plans for sustainability. The Ecologist had the Blueprint for Survival as one of the leading journals, one of the first journals in this area, using a definition of sustainability we now use today. So when it comes to education, it's important to focus on how we can lead from the front like Keele University and to empower future generations. I'd now like to challenge myth number 3, that individual choices make little difference. So 2 years after Sir Francis Chichester set out on his around-the-world yacht race, we saw the Golden Globe yacht race take place, 9 individuals competing to win the top prize, showing how around-the-world yacht sailing can disrupt our thinking, just like sustainability. The winner, it took 312 days, 86 days longer than Sir Francis Chichester. One person started this movement, yet so many people have followed. And now, today, if you wanted to go on an around-the-world yacht race, there are so many different options. You could go on the original Golden Globe race, or you could go on the Clipper race, which is more about team racing, aimed at amateurs. So when it comes to challenging myth number 3, that individual actions make little difference, and you think that your actions as an individual don't count, remind yourself that individual actions drive collective systemic change. So can I sail solo? Well, since 1966, 199 people have sailed across the world solo. And 6,000 people have sailed collectively in a team, even though that was still an individual choice. So in debunking myth number 1, we now know that technology development brings reliability. With education, we must build on existing knowledge, like we're doing here at Keele University. And with disruption, we must remind ourselves of our choices and how that is the personal opportunity. So when we focus on sustainability and the future of sustainability, we must remind ourselves of demystifying these myths, of embracing the opportunities, and this is the personal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. So we now have a very, very short video, which is just going to be explaining, well, it's a TED video. You guys may be familiar with some of the TED videos on YouTube. Really quite short, animated, really quite interesting. I think it's about 5 minutes long. And then after that, we have a 45-minute break. So if we could be back here for 4:45 after this video. And then during that break, you've got a lot more time to go and check out the poster presentations and have a look at whatever you didn't get to see in probably like the 5 minutes I actually gave you. So with that, I think we'll just play the video, and then after that, you guys are free to explore.
Every day, the sands of the Sahara Desert reach temperatures up to 80 degrees Celsius. Stretching over roughly 9 million square kilometers, this massive desert receives about 22 million terawatt hours of energy from the sun every year. That's well over 100 times more energy than humanity consumes annually. So, could covering the desert with solar panels solve our energy problems for good? Solar panels work when light particles hit their surface with enough energy to knock electrons out of their stable bonds. On their journey back to stability, these electrons produce electricity. However, there's a limit to how much power panels can generate. Solar panels can only interact with certain wavelengths of light, making it impossible to convert over half the sunlight they receive. And even light particles they can convert often bounce off them without ever hitting an electron. But thanks to clever scientists and engineers and substantial government investment, solar panels are generating more electricity than ever. Anti-reflective coatings and patterns on the panel's surface create more opportunities for incoming light particles to hit electrons. These techniques have increased commercial solar panel efficiency from the low teens to 25%. With experimental models reaching up to 47%. What's more, solar's gotten 89% cheaper over the last decade, thanks in part to global supply chains for other technologies that use the same materials. Together, these factors have made solar power the cheapest source of electricity on Earth. Countries including India, China, Egypt, and the US have already taken these new panels into the desert. Their massive solar farms range from 15 to 56 square kilometers, and when the sun is high in the sky, these plants can provide energy for hundreds of thousands of local residents. But these farms also get extremely hot. Light that solar cells don't convert or reflect is absorbed as heat, which reduces a panel's efficiency. And the cooling systems employed by many farms can use huge amounts of energy powering fans or moving water to maintain optimal temperatures. Even with these systems, solar panels in the desert absorb far more heat than the natural sandy environment. This hasn't been a problem on the scale of existing solar farms, but if we tried to cover the Sahara, this effect could create massive changes in the region's climate. Constructing solar farms already disrupts local ecosystems, but a plant of this scale could dramatically transform the desert landscape. Thankfully, solar panels aren't our only option. And some of the largest solar plants in the world are trying a new approach: giant mirrors. Morocco's Noor power plant, which will eventually cover roughly 30 square kilometers of the Sahara, is a concentrated solar power plant. This design reflects light onto a receiver, which converts that energy to heat and then electricity. These mirrors still create a dangerous temperature shift for local wildlife, but they have less potential to transform the landscape. And since it takes time for the materials being heated to cool off, these plants often continue producing electricity past sunset. Whether they use panels or mirrors, industrial solar farms are often easy to fit into existing energy infrastructure. However, getting their electricity beyond local power grids is much more difficult. Some countries are working on ways to connect electric grids across the globe, and many farms store energy in massive batteries or convert their electricity into clean gas that can be used later. But right now, these techniques are still too expensive and inefficient to rely on. Worse still, industrial renewables can share some of the same problems as fossil fuels, relying on destructive mining operations and carbon-emitting global supply chains. Fortunately, solar can exist on many scales, from industrial solar farms to smaller installations that power individual buildings and rural communities. These projects can supplement energy use or provide a passive source of energy for regions off the grid. And since solar panels rely on a few simple components, they're quick to install and relatively easy to update. In fact, it's this flexibility that enabled solar to become so cheap and ubiquitous over the last decade. So if we want to keep up with humanity's rising energy use, we'll need answers both big and small. Climate change can seem like an overwhelming problem to think about. Energy, food, transportation, how do you even know where to start? That's why TED created Countdown, an initiative that helps break down the science behind climate change. Get informed and join the fight for our future at countdown.ted.com.
So yeah, you've now got, I think it's just over 45 minutes break actually now, so enjoy yourself. Hi all. Hello again. So I hope you enjoyed your break. I promised you the 45 minutes. I gave you more than that, so I'll spoil you all. So our next speaker is Zoe Robinson, Professor Zoe Robinson. So she is a professor. Oh, I apologize. I've completely ruined the timeline. So we now have another short video. It's just another 5 minutes, which you're going to play before I then announce someone who you definitely don't know yet. So.
Consider the classic white t-shirt. Annually, we sell and buy 2 billion t-shirts globally, making it one of the most common garments in the world. But how and where is the average t-shirt made, and what's its environmental impact? Clothing items can vary a lot, but a typical t-shirt begins its life on a farm in America, China, or India, where cotton seeds are sown, irrigated, and grown for the fluffy bolls they produce. Self-driving machines carefully harvest these puffs. An industrial cotton gin mechanically separates the fluffy bolls from the seeds, and the cotton lint is pressed into 225-kilogram bales. The cotton plants require a huge quantity of water and pesticides. 2,700 liters of water are needed to produce the average t-shirt, enough to fill more than 30 bathtubs. Meanwhile, cotton uses more insecticides and pesticides than any other crop in the world. These pollutants can be carcinogenic, harm the health of field workers, and damage surrounding ecosystems. Some t-shirts are made of organic cotton, grown without pesticides and insecticides, but organic cotton makes up less than 1% of the 22.7 million metric tons of cotton produced worldwide. Once the cotton bales leave the farm, textile mills ship them to a spinning facility, usually in China or India, where high-tech machines blend, card, comb, pull, stretch, and finally twist the cotton into snowy ropes of yarn called slivers. Then yarns are sent to the mill, where huge circular knitting machines weave them into sheets of rough grayish fabric, treated with heat and chemicals until they turn soft and white. Here, the fabric is dipped into commercial bleaches and azo dyes, which make up the vivid coloring in about 70% of textiles. Unfortunately, some of these contain cancer-causing cadmium, lead, chromium, and mercury. Other harmful compounds and chemicals can cause widespread contamination when released as toxic wastewater in rivers and oceans. Technologies are now so advanced in some countries that the entire process of growing and producing fabric barely touches a human hand, but only up until this point. After the finished cloth travels to factories, often in Bangladesh, China, India, or Turkey, human labor is still required to stitch them up into t-shirts. Intricate work that machines just can't do. This process has its own problems. Bangladesh, for example, which has surpassed China as the world's biggest exporter of cotton t-shirts, employs 4.5 million people in the t-shirt industry, but they typically face poor conditions and low wages. After manufacture, all those t-shirts travel by ship, train, and truck to be sold in high-income countries, a process that gives cotton an enormous carbon footprint. Some countries produce their own clothing domestically, which cuts out this polluting stage. But generally, apparel production accounts for 10% of global carbon emissions. And it's escalating. Cheaper garments and the public's willingness to buy boosted global production from 1994 to 2014 by 400% to around 80 billion garments each year. Finally, in a consumer's home, the t-shirt goes through one of the most resource-intensive phases of its lifetime. In America, for instance, the average household does nearly 400 loads of laundry per year, each using about 40 gallons of water. Washing machines and dryers both use energy, with dryers requiring 5 to 6 times more than washers. This dramatic shift in clothing consumption over the last 20 years, driven by large corporations and the trend of fast fashion, has cost the environment, the health of farmers, and driven questionable human labor practices. It's also turned fashion into the second largest polluter in the world after oil. But there are things we can do. Consider shopping secondhand. Try to look for textiles made from recycled or organic fabrics. Wash clothes less and line dry to save resources. Instead of throwing them away at the end of their life, donate, recycle, or reuse them as cleaning rags. And finally, you might ask yourself, how many t-shirts and articles of clothing will you consume over your lifetime? And what will be their combined impact on the world? When we produce TED-Ed videos about the environment, we often think about the young people who subscribe to this channel and how unfair it is that you're inheriting environmental problems that were probably set into motion long before you were born. The good news is that we see students everywhere making moves to meet the world's biggest challenges head-on. For example, in TED-Ed's Student Voice program, sustainability has emerged as a topic of choice in thousands of presentations given by students throughout the world. You can watch their talks on the TED-Ed Club's YouTube channel, and you can learn more about the program by visiting ed.ted.com/clubs. As always, thanks for watching.
Great stuff. So yeah, our next speaker, you will all be surprised, is Professor Zoe Robinson. So Zoe is the Director of Education for Sustainability and has been for the last 10 years at Keele. And so she's basically seen the uprise of Keele and integrated the word Keele with sustainability and is largely responsible for that. She takes on a lot of other responsibility roles and advocacy roles for sustainability. So she's been the co-chair of the Environmental Association for Universities and Colleges. And when we think about higher education graduates, they are the ones that are more frequently going on to take on roles of responsibility, powerful roles of responsibility that require decision-making that can make or break the world which we live in. And so Zoe's talk is going to be exploring how the graduates we produce, what is the role of education in creating graduates who are going to be contributing to solutions to the modern world's problems rather than being in that power of responsibility and creating or making decisions that are going to be contributing to the causes of those modern day problems. And so with that, I'd like to welcome Professor Zoe Robinson onto the stage.
My students changed the course of my career. 20 years ago, when I was a fairly new lecturer in physical geography, I remember reading some student exam answers. What I read shocked me. I remember reading one student writing, "Humans are too insignificant to affect global climate." This brought me up short. I thought, how could students studying geography think these things? But what was I doing as an educator if my students believed this? And I realised at this very early point in my career that I had a responsibility, not just for developing knowledge and assigning appropriate marks to some assessments, but I had responsibility for helping the students develop the skills, the knowledge, and the desire to contribute to a more sustainable future. So we often hear, education is the answer, proclaimed as the solution to all of the world's problems, as if climate change and sustainability issues across the world are just due to a deficit of education, If more people simply knew more, then they would make better decisions that would protect the environment and promote social justice. But those with more education are often the ones making the big decisions, which are taking us on a path of unsustainability. Our world leaders, those decision makers, our politicians, our business leaders, they are highly educated. They've spent years learning in the world's universities. So why are unsustainable decisions still being made? Or to put it another way, what are our universities doing wrong? And actually, is education the answer? Of course, it's not just business leaders who are doing things unsustainably and don't think about sustainability in what they do. It's all of us. And all of our graduates, they'll go on to work in all different sectors, slotting comfortably into those unsustainable systems. They won't question those systems, or maybe they won't feel that they can question the unsustainability of those systems that we all perpetuate. David Orr's famous quote asks us to question whether our prevailing education systems are actually contributing to the unsustainability of the world. He writes, without significant precautions, education can equip people to merely be effective vandals of the earth. And since 1970, we've seen global wildlife populations decline by 73%. Since the 2000s, annual global greenhouse gas emissions have increased by over a third. And in those 2 decades, higher education student numbers globally have more than doubled. So while the numbers of students getting more and higher education has been increasing, our climate, our ecological crises have been getting worse. Those exam answers 20 years ago ignited in me a lifelong interest in what I later learned was called education for sustainable development. I became interested in how we could design our universities to ensure that our students are provided with a sustainability lens through which to look through and to make decisions throughout their personal and professional lives. Now, education for sustainable development emphasises the role of education in achieving sustainability. It's embedded within the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as one target that by 2030 we should ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. Now, we're all learners, and we've got a long way to go to that target. Now, education for sustainable development goes beyond just informing learners of specific environmental behaviours, like recycling, the sort of learning advocated by policymakers. Education for sustainable development is about building the capacity for critical thinking. It's about emphasising that our long-term future doesn't just depend on compliance to predetermined behaviours, but it depends on us being able to question and to analyse alternatives and to make sound decisions in the face of complexity. So, education for sustainable development is about critical thinking, the mainstay of higher education. But it's also about systems thinking, seeing the big picture and how things connect, those natural and those human systems. It's also about futures thinking, visioning alternative futures and the steps to get there. It's about developing self-awareness and collaborative competencies to work effectively together. But above all, it's about developing a sense of agency to be able to drive change. And the question is, Do our universities provide this education? So education for sustainable development is not just about what we teach, but it's about how students learn in all parts of their student experience. So at university, our students, they don't just learn from what we teach them in the classrooms or what we tell them to read. They learn from every part of their experience. They learn from the environment around them and the implicit messages that sends, what we might call the hidden or the subliminal curriculum. They also learn from the opportunities that the university provides them with, the societies that they can join, the job opportunities available, the projects that they can get involved in. We also hope that they learn from the formal curriculum, those learning opportunities that we give them in the courses that they've chosen to study, in those lectures, in the lab classes, the field courses, and in the assessments. But they also implicitly learn from what is not provided, from the absence of sustainability in the estate, in the co-curriculum, in their curriculum. What we might call a null curriculum. So if students learn from every aspect of their time at university, what does a truly sustainable university look like, where education for sustainable development is core to the university's mission and is weaved throughout? So let's start with a university estate. If buildings are clearly unsustainable, using resources in inefficient ways, it communicates to those building users that sustainability isn't really important, despite what might be espoused. If grounds are managed in a way that makes them look nice, but at the expense of nature, that tells us that nature is a nice to have, but not as important as how things look. Imagine instead a building designed with sustainable materials, where energy, water, waste are managed efficiently, where users can learn about sustainability from the building itself. And imagine university grounds where space is given to nature and not manicured lawns, and where staff and students and visitors are encouraged to connect with nature for their mental health and well-being, and where they can learn from signs around the campus about how they can help support nature recovery in their own homes. Imagine where students can get involved in the design and delivery of a sustainable estate. Imagine where they can learn about how to do sustainability in the real world, and where they can get involved with staff and research sustainable innovations, and they can monitor the long-term impact of those changes, which feeds into high-level decision-making. If we build sustainability into every aspect of our university, it provides a blueprint for a sustainable future, plus countless opportunities for learning. Imagine a formal curriculum where sustainability is core to all students, where they learn about the implications of sustainability to their disciplines, as well as developing wider skills, where they have opportunities to learn about different perspectives from students of different disciplines, where, coming from education systems where they've been treated and judged as individuals, they learn to collaborate and work effectively in teams. Imagine where communication skills are taught to them, which is more than just that usual focus on one-way transmission, trying to convince others of our views, something like this, but where we communicate and develop skills in listening and valuing others' viewpoints. We see on our screens images of young people protesting for change. But in my experience, actually many students coming to university, they feel completely disempowered to drive change or even to articulate the change that they might want to see. So imagine a curriculum where they develop that sense of agency and confidence to drive change and to question the sustainability of our systems and to drive to make change within them. All of this requires governance, and it requires governance which allows staff to have the time to teach in experiential and empowering ways, which gives the support to staff to embed sustainability in their spheres of influence. It requires the governance to embed sustainability in every element of decision making. And it requires the systems to ensure that we monitor those changes and ensure that we don't slip backwards into an unsustainable status quo. Thankfully, we see lots of positive developments around the world being driven by staff and students. We see university-wide initiatives which bring together staff and students and external partners working together on projects to create positive societal impact and using that resource within universities. We see cutting-edge smart energy technologies on our campuses. We see renewable energy being generated from university grounds. We see programs bringing together different disciplines for students to work together to understand global challenges. We see modules where students are learning to be agents of change. We see students lobbying to be able to live more sustainably on the university campuses and be exemplars of sustainable living to other students. And we see students lobbying for changes in their curriculum, such as the students in Manchester who lobbied for a change in their economics curriculum following the financial crash. But with 20,000 universities across the world and over 250 million learners in those universities, there is so much more that we can do to unleash the potential of universities. Since I reconsidered my responsibility as an educator and saw education as a tool to drive sustainability and changed my teaching accordingly, I've seen changes and transformation in my students when they get it. They tell me that they now feel that they can make a difference with their lives, that they want to make a difference with their lives, that they can see clear career paths where they can pursue sustainability. I can see that they are creating new sustainability initiatives. And it is this transformational power of education which is the real reward as an educator. I started by asking, is education the answer? Well, people are the answer. The causes of climate change, biodiversity, etc., they're political, social, economic, cultural. The impacts are part environmental, but also social, political, economic. And for too long, we have looked at climate change, biodiversity as environmental problems, which has given permission for people who don't study environmental subjects or work in the environmental sector to ignore those issues. But things are changing, and we're realizing that everybody in every sector and every position has a role in driving a more sustainable future. So yes, education has a role, and universities have a huge role with their huge estates, their spending power, their investments. But their biggest impact is the learners. And that requires everyone in our universities to embrace our responsibilities to embed sustainability in every aspect of the student experience and ensure that our graduates, our future leaders, have those knowledge, the skills, and the desire to contribute to a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was amazing. So our sixth and final speaker today is Dr. Adam Moorner. So Adam is a lecturer in sustainability and environment. He has a long history of work in all different aspects of sustainability, but he aspires to transcend the boundary between science and society, and particularly with regards to ocean sustainability. And his talk is going to be exploring how global leaders should be collaborating in order to achieve our sustainability development goals, which we've highlighted throughout today. And while so far we've only ever talked about what we can do on land, we've been neglecting the 71% of the Earth's surface which is dominated by oceans, which are equally as vulnerable to all of the global problems which we experience today. So I'd like to invite Dr. Adam Moorner onto the stage, please.
We live on an ocean planet, dotted with islands of land which, when big, we call them continents. Now, humanity labels different parts of the ocean as the Indian Ocean, or the Atlantic, or the Pacific. But we only have one ocean, and that covers 71% of the Earth's surface. Now, importantly, 2/3 of that ocean is the high seas. That's a global commons that is under the control of no state. And it's here that we envisage much of our expansion of the ocean economy to be. Now, the substantial issues emerging in how humans use, sometimes abuse, and try to protect our ocean. But our blue planet inspires people. We've got an expanding ocean economy with expanding impacts, and the way we're managing our ocean is not keeping pace with that. We can do better. Now, cooperation between states is crucial because water circulation and human influences transcend those lines, those administrative boundaries that we mark on our maps. Marine expanses across oceans and fish populations, they pay no attention to political boundaries. But I feel inspired because the advances we're making with ocean sustainability mean that the ocean can act as a rallying point for progress on the climate and wider sustainability challenges we are so far failing to comprehensively deliver. So the ocean captures public attention that drives societal pressure to do better. Our blue planet is inspiring action towards a sustainable future. We're seeing this with progress on a global plastics treaty, driven largely by iconic images such as turtles entangled in plastic bags. We love the ocean. We love beaches, lagoons, colourful fish, turtles. I love being in and around the ocean, whether that's tropical lagoons or freezing cold waters around Scotland that are equally teeming with life. Now, I can have a conversation anywhere, anytime, with people from any walk of life because people are engaged and they care. People think saving the turtles and saving coral reefs is exciting and it's cool and they want it to happen. Now, that matters because it puts pressure on governments, on the United Nations, and on businesses to do better. We can do better. Our approaches to managing the ocean are not keeping pace with the rapidly expanding sectors, the new economic sectors in those geographical areas that we're impacting. We do have marine biologists, social scientists, and policymakers who are developing better ways forward and advocating for better approaches. But we do need the public to subject political rhetoric to scrutiny to make sure that it actually delivers real action. The ocean needs to be considered together with the land for integrated planetary sustainability. Ocean activities take place by and for land-based populations. Land-based activities have substantial impacts on the ocean, and especially coastal areas. Rivers, for example, connect land, the interiors of continents even, with the ocean, bringing pollution such as plastics. Marine fish affected by river flows, that can be how rivers affect the saltiness of estuaries. It can even be fish like salmon migrating up rivers themselves. They account for 3/4 of commercial catches of marine fish. The ocean's on the forefront of climate change impacts, which are driven by fossil fuel and land use of terrestrial populations. Marine ecosystems across the world are at risk of damage, stress, and disruption, and that includes the bleaching, death, and physical collapse of coral reefs. Land-ocean interactions need to be considered together for a whole planet approach to sustainability. The ocean is central to acting on the climate, biodiversity, and pollution triple planetary crisis, and on social justice. Global leaders recognise that we're failing to make fast enough progress on climate and wider sustainability issues. They recognise that there are interconnected key challenges that we need to address together. We need to integrate them better. So the ocean, yeah, it's got great potential for economic growth, but it also has great potential to act on our triple planetary crisis. Climate action, for example, carbon capture through restored marine environments, ocean renewables, climate-friendly aquaculture, and fishing. Global ocean sustainability depends on global nature action, including land. The advances we're seeing for a global plastics treaty exemplify action, chemicals, and pollution. Now, the growth that we're looking forward to for an ocean economy and for global society more widely, it masks losses and the mixed impacts we have on individuals and on communities. But the advances we're seeing for arguments and advocacy for blue justice, driven by ocean issues, are taking forward like those advances that the rest of society can learn from. The ocean needs a myriad of interconnected efforts beyond simple targets. This is exemplified by marine protected areas. 30 by 30 has become a really good rallying call for action to protect 30% of our ocean by 2030. Now, we might have lots of happy proclamations by politicians about millions of square kilometres more being protected, and that gives the impression that we're making great progress. But decision makers are failing to heed the advice of conservation experts that quantity needs to be underpinned by quality, and it matters very much which 30% that we protect. Marine protected areas are needed in areas of high human impact, areas of high biodiversity, and areas of high function. Think of our aim as being a coherent global network and lots of marine protected areas, principally around coasts and where we have people. Area-based targets, whilst being great as a rallying call, need detail in delivery. Area-based targets have misdirected efforts, for example, for a focus on increasing focus on very large marine protected areas, which are typically millions of square kilometres in remote parts of the ocean and typically poorly enforced. Now, these do have a great role as like ecological nodes and as biodiversity hotspots, but the vast areas that those millions of square kilometres add to our targets greatly overstates their contribution. Very large marine protected areas need to be refocused and go hand in hand with a network of many smaller marine protected areas, principally around coasts. And the ocean faces exploitation of deep sea mineral resources that risks great harm. How can the obliteration of expanses of seabed with metal-rich nodules that took millions of years to form, home to unique life forms, most of which we've not even discovered yet. How can that reconcile with a vision of a healthy future ocean? There's serious environmental and political implications that we need to address, but there are also substantial benefits. Deep sea mining will mostly take place in little researched areas of the seabed, and it will mostly take place in the high seas that is a global commons. So deep sea mining could and should drive investment in researching and finding out more about the seabed, and it should act as a political driver for collaborative ocean governance approaches that can be applicable more widely across our ocean. Deep sea mining could provide a crucial source of rare earth elements for the clean technologies. It will destroy unique deep sea habitats and it will create a lot of pollution. And because of ocean circulation and wider ecological connectivity, it risks even shallow and coastal marine environments and the fisheries that are currently the mainstay of like our ocean economy. If we are to open up this new frontier, that should only go hand in hand with a shift of how we use such resources. Deep sea mining, if it takes place, should be for a limited time only, in tandem with a move towards a circular economy in which we use a stock of metals and recycle them instead of being an ongoing, inherently destructive industry. The ocean presents a series of interconnected, very wicked problems to address for a sustainable future. Now, we might think of wickedness as having two dimensions. The first dimension is how clearly understood and agreed are the problems and the solutions to it. Second dimension, think of what level of differences are there in knowledge, understanding, the aims, and the power of different stakeholders. Sustainable development consists of lots and lots of problems, most of them very wicked, and all of them interlinked. Neither problem nor solution is clear. When it comes to stakeholders, we've got substantial differences in the values, in what they're going for, and in their power. Think conservation organisations, big business, eyeing seabed minerals, small-scale fishers in developing countries, and the petroleum industry. There's very different interests and power there. We might even consider ocean sustainability as what's been termed a super wicked problem, because it's embedded within the additional wicked problem of climate change, and we've got a rapidly closing window of opportunity within which to act. What about individual problems that make up ocean sustainability? We might take marine protected areas, for example. Are marine protected areas there for biodiversity and the fish, for their own intrinsic good? Are they there to support small-scale fisheries? Are they there as part of a global ocean network which is going to support offshore industrial fisheries such as tuna? Well, solutions for marine protected areas, they depend very much on the scale that you're looking at and objectives. Right? We can probably all agree that globally we want a healthy, functional and diverse ocean. Yeah? Nationally, what about governments? Well, they probably want big revenues from industrial fishing. Locally, communities just want a nice beach, a healthy environment, and they might want some small-scale associated livelihoods. There's no quick and easy answers to individual problems or to ocean sustainability overall, but what we should do is embrace incremental progress and compromise and be ready to deal with the contradictions and conflicts as they develop. So the ocean gives us this planet-embracing framework, and it reminds us to focus on key sustainable development principles. We're more than 3 decades on from the 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, better known as the Rio Earth Summit, which gave us like our modern working version of sustainability. We've had 2 global summits on sustainable development since, the latest of which in 2012 gave rise to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Now, Rio 92 established sustainability as a 3-pillar approach. So that's environmental action and social progress embedded with economic development. Right? As I see it, that's protection and enhancement of biodiversity and ecological function. It's social inclusivity of access to that environment, to resources, to livelihoods, and to progress. And economic development as prosperity, both for itself and to support action on environmental and social pillars. Now, we're not making very good progress. And that's in part because we're not cooperating, and in part it's because we need to go back to focusing on some of the key principles from the 1992 Rio Declaration. That might be that development must fairly meet the needs of like the present and future generations. We're not considering ocean sustainability on long enough trajectories. Environmental protection is an integral part of any development. We're not effectively protecting our ocean. And that countries should cooperate both to restore the health of our planet and to allow every nation to develop its own ability to develop sustainably. Now, we're not cooperating, and the opening frontiers of the ocean economy risk being captured by a small minority of rich and powerful countries and businesses. We need to go back to the principles of what sustainable development's about for a healthy, resilient planet and the socially inclusive global society. The ocean needs public shaping of future investment trajectories. Of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 14, Life Below Water, is the one that images of the ocean kind of focus our attention on best. Goal 14 is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine resources for sustainable development. Now, economists estimate that meeting SDG 14 alone would cost $150 billion per year. Now, development aid, charities and philanthropy currently provides most of our funding for sustainable development. If we're to meet SDG 14 alone, and then also the wider suite of sustainable future, we're going to have to leverage many times more finance, much more from the private sector. Now, we've got that global agenda agreed for a sustainable future. Let's see the role of public finance as being to shape the right investment trajectories and establish momentum. That public shaping of the right trajectories is essential to then unlock many times more private finance, but aimed towards the public good. So bringing this together, we're failing to make fast enough progress on climate change and on sustainable futures. But we are making substantial advances in ocean sustainability. Visions of our blue planet and of vibrant and gorgeous ecosystems capture the public imagination and they help drive pressure for society to act. So the ocean inspires, and ocean sustainability should shape a step change in coordinated global action towards a prosperous, fair and environmentally sustainable future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Adam. So that brings a close to our talks today. And I hope that it really has enlightened you as much as it has myself, in which you can understand just how diverse the topic of sustainability really is. The whole point of TED, as I talked initially, was that it's an ability. Keele, as a university, really, is great for a TED Talk because we have all these different schools and faculties, and all these guys share the same passion for sustainability, but from all completely different backgrounds. And this is why it's just such a great platform to spread your ideas. But the fact that they're all from different backgrounds really should inspire you guys, in that you should have the confidence to give your ideas, because ideas really are powerful. Now, I have a lot of thanks to give to many different people. I'm going to start off by thanking all of the speakers who have given some really inspirational and insightful talks today. So can I please have all the speakers that are left, anyway, to come up, and I've got you a gift. So we have you. I really thought through sustainability with these ones, by the way. We've got... So we have some raspberry plants for each of you. There you are. I'm just going to give this out. It's okay. And then I've also got you the cards. There are the cards. These cards are really cool, by the way, because I've written them, but they are made out of seeds, so you can plant them more. Yeah. I will give them to you separately rather than hand them out. Perfect. So yeah, I do hope you guys have really enjoyed it. This is hopefully going to be an annual event, and we're going to cover lots of different topics, hopefully. And yeah, so yeah, another round of applause for our speakers. I can give them after, it's fine. And my next thanks, I'll give them later, it's fine.
I just also wanted to make sure that we did a big thanks for Jack here for doing such an amazing job.
Thank you all. So my next thanks goes to, it wasn't just me that helped organize this, it was the student committee, because without them, this would have been 10 times more difficult to not only organize, but especially 10 times more difficult to run today. So I've got you all a chocolate orange, so if you guys can come and make yourself known, or just give a wave if you're shy, one of the two. There you are, okay. And I also want to thank all of the staff who have helped me organize this. The Keele Comms team, the AVS team back there who've been recording and live streaming this entire event, and just Professor Chris Spellman-Miller for actually letting this happen, because that's quite important in actually making this run. And just absolutely everyone. And finally to you guys, the audience, for actually turning up today and really showing just your passion and your engagement with the topic of sustainability and just TED as a general. So yeah, big thank you to everyone, and I hope you have a good one. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Okay, we had the poster presentations. I hope you guys have had a chance to see them. We have announced a runner-up and a winner, so the judges went round. So for you guys, if we can have my trusty assistant show what we've got you. So for the runner-up, we've got you a bamboo mug, kind of cool. And then for the winner, we have a renewable / sustainable flask. So yeah, our runner-up is Alana Reed. Can you make your way up? Come on. Thank you. And our winner is Vanshika Jain. Thank you. And I promise you that is all now. So, thank you. Sorry?
The speaker's email. Yeah, I've got them. I'll be able to email you later. I've got 3 of them, but not all.